Would have been too easy for that work to immediately. Oop. What? There we are. Oh, it's getting foggy again. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's me. That is me, indeed. Actually me. So, variety being the spice of life. And after last time worked out quite, well, sufficiently well. Chicago now in hand. It's time to go on a hunting. We have several nightmares we can tackle. More or less nightmarish. The woods are calling towards us to continue the main story. And I do think I want to at least peruse a couple more areas in the woods to get the Gravekeeper set. Grave Guard set, more like, to have the Frenzy resist for the actual nightmares. Because once we enter nightmares, we are, well, without a doubt, going to encounter winter lanterns. And it's best to be prepared for that eventuality. So, we also have the Tonsil Stone, of course, which opens up Amygdala's Nightmare Frontier. And we have the Eye of a Blood-Drunk Hunter, which I'm going to get spirited away real quick to the Hunter's Nightmare. Let's get cursed. Then again, there's the cutscene, the little small cutscene. There's also still Paul, which I do think I actually want to do first, just to be done with the current iteration of Yahagul. Hypogean Jail. Yeah. So, plan of attack: try to kill Paul. Try to go on a search for the. I want to fight you just to get an idea how much damage we are dealing right now. Bonk. Oh yeah, that's quite manageable. Yeah, go into the forest and search for the frenzy resist set. Need to finish off my sentences. And then head into the Nightmare Frontier. So it's a whole lot of areas I mostly don't enjoy. At least the Nightmare Frontier. I don't really like the nature of the area, to be quite honest, but it's not that it's... Shouldn't be that big of an issue. Especially as I don't really need to go dumpster diving for every item, every last item. Caught him off guard with the poison knives, seems. Let's just regen that real quick. Song we and then the sound stops. The fact that Antal, one of the members of the School of Menses, I always want to call it school, Church of Menses, but it's a school. So let's. Don't have any fire. That is not ideal. Bolt paper won't do anything. I best just unequip that. Oh. Don't have the stamina to keep up the attack. Let's remove what's left of the brain. Yep. And down he goes. Not all that surprising. Fighting against Park is usually very binary. Either you dictate the flow of the fight, or he does. If he does, you're in for a bad time. And, well, if you want to have an easy time, you come here at a point where you are able to dictate the fight, i.e. once you deal enough damage to keep him staggered on the floor. He managed to get away a couple of times because of my low stamina.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well, let me stand close.
Is the next thing to remedy whilst leveling. Yeah, it's just...
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Not quite enough to to get that extra attack in just yet. Bolt paper. I believe we were able to buy it to nitrous ever since we found it. So yeah, it's mainly for the bolt paper. But I wanna get a couple more blood vials. Off to a flying start. Heading back into the Forbidden Woods. Probably should have checked on the cargo and its durability. Because of the fairly low durability, you want to keep a weapon around 114 of 120. That's fine. Still, lost a bit even during that short venture into Yahagul. Hey, Walter. Boop. As we head into the snake-infested forest. Not sure about the range and the snakes. Ooh. Yeah, it's probably best to still probably better to rely on the cane for this. At least for the snake parasites that made their way out of the host. Large gravestones everywhere. It's basically a graveyard. Well, with large I'm thinking of the one on the other side of the ravine, but of course there's all manner of headstones littered throughout the woodland. Oh. Just as there are snakes. All manner of snakes littered throughout the woodlands as well. Gotta be sneaky. Oh. His HP did not scale up to the damage all that well, did they? No, was just heading for a quick snake check. They are all around here. Right now they are being sneaky. There they are. Already trying to remember where you had to make the jump to the other side. And I never do. I never do remember. These headstones are basically laden with little slug-like things. Very reminiscent of the familiars and the pearl slugs. Of course, there's also the statues of the amygdala heads. With Uden being generally viewed as a very sympathetic Great One towards humans, very interested, very keen. Likely because he was, or well, is able to have children with humans and Pthumerians. Probably generally the creatures of this plane. In a way, is a trait probably fairly special amongst Great Ones. Oh, that's not the hand. Oh! Yeah, it's just gonna decide to poise out of my attacks at some point. But while I was going on about Amygdala and Uden, Amygdala is also very widely worshipped amongst all of Yharnam, so... And, well, considering once we have either the insight, which we are quite close to, or once we've seen the truth of Rom, we come to know how many Amygdala there are everywhere, scattered about. Closely watching what's going on in Yahar'gul, most of all. A couple of them interested in the cathedral area as well. It's not that hard to see why Magdala, to me, always more a brood than an entity. To me, it feels like a hive mind. Oh, that's from the torch. Oh, the lantern, rather. But anyway, with its constant presence, it makes sense how frequently and intensely it's worshipped. Small snack is gonna... Whoa. Oh, that's the wrong one. In the heat of the moment, it can be difficult to keep the cane and the Chicago apart. Just trying to see what weapon you're holding. That's still the large snack. Which, I mean, let's deal with a small snack. Another one. Ooh! Shooting through the tree. Yeesh. You mind? Of course, another lake rune. The clear deep sea. Which one is that? It's not poison resistance. Would have been good against the blood-starved beast. So yeah, there's these slug-like things basically covering most of the large headstones. They're also quite similar to the general slug or like appearance of the parasites spread by cause. Do you mind backing into the fire? Thanks. Just stand there. Just cock yourself, please. Murky should be something of poison. Yeesh. Missed my chance. Eugh. Here's the same parasite the shades got infested with. Oh, good god. That's no good. I don't want to. No. Please stop. Leave me alone. Cleaver and the Moonlight Greatsword were much better at dealing with these enemies. A chunk. Chunk is good. Chunk good. Chunk good. What's the third one? That's an upgrade for the Chikage. That's great. That's great. Oh! Missed me by a hair. Frenzied cold blood. The lake, so close, so foggy. Yeah, and that's the shortcut down towards the what's-its. Towards the shades, shadows of Yharnam. Sounds like I'm getting ambushed. But there shouldn't be anything up here. Oh no, no, no. Maybe? Don't think... Oh! It does. Well, don't mind if I do, game. Just barely too far away. Deep sea. Frenzy resist. That's one of the ruins we want. That's the way back. Oh. We're gonna... This is... Yeah, aren't you going to call little snacks? That's the armor set I'm looking for. That's just a mask. Oh no, that is the armor set. That is the mask. It was the mask, yeah, to make the jump for. No matter what I do, I just can't seem to remember that. Just can't. Whip him. Oh! Survived that. So now to find the jump. To find a spot to jump. That's Bobblehead Town. Yeah, you can see him, you can hear him as well. That's me when Annie calls me a jellyfish. The Graveguard Mask. Mask of Doris, Graveguard of the Forbidden Woods. His pale countenance mimics the labyrinth watches. Willem kept 2 loyal servants back at Bergenworth. When they were sent into the labyrinth, they encountered the Eldritch Truth and went mad. One became the password gatekeeper, whilst Doris became the Graveguard of the forest. Both remained loyal, even in madness. It's basically mimicking the appearance of the Pthumerians, the mask. So, let's ambush the bobbleheads. That is the sensible way of doing this, because most normal bobbleheads are quite easy to deal with. The tentacled ones, of course, are quite dangerous. No, please don't. Stop it. Ooh. Anti-clockwise metamorphosis. It's also one you want. Raises stamina. Just the general stat-up runes are great in most cases. The thing about coming from behind is that these two are in this little alcove you can approach without being attacked out of, whilst when you take the normal way in, they have free reign to shoot you from all the way. Oh, basically, your only real cover is behind this large tree. And the other bobbleheads can run interference much more easily as well. So, there's a piggy somewhere. Purger. Oh yeah, there it is. And this is the way back up. Because at this cross, we killed a couple of snack people at this crossing before. I adore the vibe the woods gives off. Just in general. I think it feels really like a haunted forest. Well, at first I wasn't able to play the game, being an exclusive for the PS4 at the time, and just from watching the game, it felt like an area I would hate. And I had my reservations in regards to the Woodlands ever since first seeing them. Youch. But playing them, they are one of my favorite areas in the game. Like many places, they are surprisingly linear. It's more like 3 ways intertwined. But you get the feeling of getting yourself lost. Even with the lanterns basically providing you with a more or less direct pathway to your goal. There's also the stark contrast to Yharnam as a whole. Whoop! Ah, why? Ah, why? To quote the game. And the final shortcut that I don't think actually is that much of a shortcut. We're now in the first windmill. Well, second, I guess. Well, at least if you manage to take the correct pathways, it's easier to Pegu. A prize full of goals. How much? Not a lot. Dissipating lake. Bolt damage. So I'm missing fire damage right now. All them lakes. One of the possible draws of the alternate form Chicago could be the slightly different move set. It's just ever so slightly more vertical than the non-blood infused. Piggy number 2. No, 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 no. the main attack has somewhat of an angle to it. And that's the boss arena down there. Henrik. And this door should not open. Oh no, it does. Whoops. Why am I always wrong with stuff like that? I mean, I played the game a lot, at least so much that I believe to have played it a lot. But, What a curious sound that made. So, let's quickly head back, infuse ourselves with the blood echoes, and and carry on. I'm gonna. Well, I have a poor record against the Shadows of Yharnam, so I'm going to try to kill him dead. And from Bergenworth, I'll be heading into the nightmare.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well, let me stand close.
That's a lot of resist. Additional base defenses from those level ups. 30 to 25.
Farewell.
Six attacks now. Oop. Sorry, German. Adds 9 base damage and 5 scaling. Seems about right. Repair the cane. So did I find better blood gems? Unlikely. Yeah, it didn't. What about these? Nope. Also not. 10% arcane attack, which doesn't do anything because of the blood attack modifier. $13.5 blood tinge scaling. Still don't really understand the particularities of that. Murky. Slow poison effects. Just free slow poison, which, well, basically nothing. But more interestingly, more blood echoes from little attacks. Oh, clockwise. Or did I pick up the clockwise? Metamorphosis. 10% extra stamina. 5% maximum HP. Yeah, that's more like it. 4, 6. We're closing in on a 7th attack. If these runes. Oh!
Oh, Lawrence, what's taking you so long? I've grown too old for this. Of little use now, I'm afraid. Oh, Lawrence, I've...
It's nice that I finally found him sitting in his sleeping spot. First playthrough, no matter how long it took. Nope. No German. Now I need the prayer as well. Please, dear doll. Pray to Fiona of the Moon. So. Forbidden Woods. Next stop, Bergenworth. One of the other aspects that could be considered a negative when it comes to Chicago is that because of its alternate form and the blood attack associated with it, you cannot buff the weapon. Something like bolt paper. Now, what is the quickest place to drop down? That's a large gravestone. Just wanna run up here. Cause yeah, it's down here. It's just a hop and a skip. Just like that. Just like that, we're back at the boss. I don't know, I feel it's much less fiddly than dealing with the other elevator. A lot of dead things. Sky under thick laden clouds. The moon barely watching, barely able to see. Yet behind Bergenworth stands the clear night sky and the cosmos. It's the little touches. Of course, the presence of the shadows of Yharnam mainly insinuate the presence of Queen Yharnam herself, as they are the loyal servants of the Queen, who I don't like you and your fire. I dislike you most of all. I want to get a couple of hits in. Most of them. Oh. Dislike you the most. A little bit of an AI loop. The fact that the shadows of Yharnam have been infected with the snake parasite might be a very non-descriptive hint of how long this night has been going so far. How long they've been waiting in this place for her queen to return, to move on. Which she, well, finally does once we kill Rom and open up the way to Murgo and the nightmare of Menses. The grounds of Bergenworth. And the malformed remainders of the students. So, oh. Could these statues be an attempt to remind the students of the grisly transfigurations that might occur close to the old ones? Now, no matter how well Master Willem stylizes himself as the quote-unquote good guy who doesn't want to send humanity over the edge by transforming them into werewolves or other things.
Welcome home. What is it you desire? Very well, let me stand close.
His own inquisitiveness has caused a lot of students a lot of pain. Gonna add a little bit of damage.
Farewell, good hunt.
So seeing the Gardens of Eyes were former students of Bergenworth, and whether or not they did undergo the procedure to be transformed into seedbed of eyes willingly or not. Well, they're fly people now. They are fly people now. Inducing you frenzy whenever they can. Anything nice for sale up here? Bloodstone shards. Henrik, a little bit of gas coin stuff. Nope, not really. So a grand cathedral. Time to explore a nightmare. I'm still not quite sure if I want to do the chalices or not. For how much of a hassle they are. Maybe not fighting the bosses, but killing the bosses feels incredibly good. And can be a lot of fun. It's just that, well, it sadly isn't most of the time. But still, it remains immensely satisfying to defeat the amygdala. Stop it. Been to Canehurst. You don't scare me. You scare me a little bit. Because you're a scaredy cat mostly. Yeah, he doesn't. Getting off poison on him would be incredible. How's the night going for you people? What a surprisingly coherent answer. How about you? Just about as expected, I guess. Oh, that's not the stairs. Boop, boop. Are you as incredibly weak to this type of poison as well? Oh yes, you are. Oh yes, you are. Drays. Next Wandering Nightmare is already running. Hi. Oh, that was a double hit. Otherwise, I would not have killed him. Why protect the nightmare? Give me that kidney. For a split second, I thought I might be able to get both Wandering Nightmares, and then he just kept leaping at me and leaping at me. Yeah, of course, the nightmare did not stop to contemplate its existence. Yeah. Somewhere down there is the fight against Paul, I believe. How about the other Wandering Nightmare? It's gone as well. Probably. Got spooked by me killing the kidnapper. Any hoot? Time to go on a trip. We are 2 inside short. We can hear it, but we cannot see it. Whoop!
Oh, Amygdala. Oh, Amygdala. Have mercy on the poor bastard.
One-way trip to a different nightmare, courtesy of Patches. Eyes! Havoc engine! And one in the back. Damn. Oh, that one's still going. Oh, there's 2 still going. Havoc engine. It's the Nightmare Lecture building that makes me wonder whether or not most of the University of Bergenworth, whether or not it was actually in the nightmare. But well, that would pose the question: how did they create it?
What a joy it is to behold the divine. It must be such a pleasure. You're in my debt, you know. You're nigh on a beast of the field. But here you are, treading a measure with the gods. Are your feet as fat as your wits? Oh, cease this dithering. Take the plunge. Throw yourself to the wolves.
Oh, you have no idea. He's a little less sane than usual. Good old Patches. He is, of course, still the same. Same right old bastard. Does not open from this side, oh no. Whatever will we do? Oh. Students readily experimenting with eyes. Hey guys. Substitute teacher coming through. Lecture theater. That guy just collapsed. Considering how small the building of Bergenworth actually is, it always made sense to me that it could be in the nightmare. There's this one trapdoor that might be. It feels strange, or would feel even stranger if the pupils and the teachers had to access the lecture hall through a ladder, but because a lot of these places feel like, I don't know, rooms to wake up in or rooms to fall asleep in, more than they feel like actual lecture halls. So that's jelly, isn't it? Yeah, red jelly. I could call it stillborn infants, but I guess that would up the age rating. Somewhere there's the door. So guys, substitute teacher. You're throwing up in the lecture hall, you drank too much the night before. Some of them are still asleep. Also not good look. Not a good look. The augur of Ebrietas. We are not arcane enough to use. Remnant of the Eldritch Truth encountered at Bergenworth. Use phantasms, the invertebrates known to be augurs of the Great Ones, to partially summon abandoned Ebrietas. The initial encounter marked the start of an inquiry into the cosmos from within the old labyrinth, and led to the establishment of the choir. It's presented so plainly. This moment that basically started it all. The moment that led to all of this. The explorers rummaging through the old necropolis below Yharnam, the labyrinth, and the cities connected through it. And encountering one of the left behind Fumarian and turned Great One desire.
Very well, let me.
I want more damage. Probably want more health and stamina now. Again. And then I might as well continue leveling damage. 40 vit should be by far and away enough for most of the things you do in the game. Oh, no, I don't need to talk to you, thanks. Oh no, this is the Nightmare Headstone. The Nightmare Frontier, please. I don't have a fire weapon this time around, which is a tad unfortunate against the Silver Beasts. Oh. Thought for some reason it dropped something. Lead elixir, great. I can only say, again, I don't really like the Nightmare Frontier. Whilst I think it is realized as an, well, just in general, as an area. I do dislike it, probably for the same reason. Twin shards. patches. Horrible, horrible swamp below. There's ribs and guts in this headstone. Oh, come on. You're too late. Now that is a church hunter. First one was just wearing normal hunter gear. The equipment they're using adds to that as well. Of course, the saw cleaver hunter was using bolt blood gems, probably. That little bit of bolt damage. So he was likely actually hunting great ones. Or kin, at least, at the very least. Knowledgeable enough to be hunting kin. They both had lead elixirs. Surely provided by the church. A lot of this extrapolating stuff is overdoing it, I think. But there's at least... Oh. But with Miyazaki games, there's at least some merit to attempting to do this. As thematic connections are usually... Is that fire damage? Yes, it is. Are usually preserved throughout, generally. There are exceptions to this. Blood damage doesn't really add to... Doesn't add much whilst fighting them. Gonna get hit with a rock, yeah. Bye! That is the way forward, and this is the way... to a Winter Lantern encounter. And this is the way to... well, not quite patches. Hey guys. Oh, Isn't much rapid poisoning in the game, I feel. You bastard. Stop it. Fine, I'll be back. Expected more of a trap. They die nice and easily this time. Yeah, sorry. Took that personally. Yuck. So many wandering nightmares. Ooh, which one was that? Slow poison resist. Bye bye. Oh no, this is the way I need to go, isn't it? Just about to say, wasn't there an item? Bloodstone shard. Oh, that's nice. That's nice enough. Cold blood flower bud. And that's why an additional attack can be very helpful. Oh yeah, that is. Let's grave guard up to our eyebrows. There might be higher frenzy resist. Or just a normal hunter garb. Huh. Just a normal hunter grip, actually. I don't have... Don't have stuff against frenzy. How poison resistant are you? Very. It's not worth doing this. Youch. Bloodstone chunk. Let's go. The sails of the ships from the shipping hamlet below. A world built up of layers. Probably miss a different... Sounded like... Oh, that was not that close, thankfully. Thankfully, not that close. Madman's knowledge. Where did it go? Just kinda pieced out and man, it's gone. Hey. Ooh, that almost carried me right back into the attack. There's a couple of the silver beasts. I think there are even the chalice or the nightmare of menses that sprout or that have worms bursting out of them if you don't kill them with fire. Boop. I know it's not the ones, at least not the ones over here. But I wasn't so sure about the one with the torch. So might as well continue on a little bit below. Maybe get stuck in Patches' trap. Boop. Let's break an ankle. Hey guys. Oh, that's mean. Game, that's mean. Even meaner. And that's not a way up. Wandering Nightmare is Gonzo. Surely. Surely. Oop. Cold Blood Flower Bud. If you want to head into the Lauren Chalice, you need to pick up a couple of these. Just a second. Ooh! Yeah. Right to the back of the head. Where did that come from? Really just from all the way downtown. Oof. Could you maybe not? Ah, god damn it. I thought I had a moment longer, but I didn't. Oh well. Oh well. I don't know, a lot of these areas don't really make sense to me geographically, but Hopefully he overshot. Ah. Yeah. Dries. What did Bloodstone Shard? Bye. Someone's having issues breathing. No. Oh. Bump. Shortcut unlocked. These large wandering nightmares start more and more to remind me of the one reborn. I do wonder if that is intentional or not. Also, curiously, some of these pillars, like that one up there, well, they look suspiciously like the anti-dragon ballista bolts used in Leyndell in Elden Ring. Bloodstone Shard. Who would want that? Patch's trail of funny encounters and broken ankles. See ya. Where is that place? Yeah, let's get punted off a cliff.
Don't dally, you
The Godhead. Which of the two directions leads out, which leads in? The path out. This is one of the things where I might regret not doing. Who allowed you to leave? I'm better just backtracking now. Now that the shortcut is active. Boom. Oh no, that's optimistic. A bit too optimistic. I know this is nothing all that great. Oh well, it's a cold blood flower, but it's not great, it's not bad either. It's perfectly fine. So, stunning deep sea. All these deep sea variations. Rapid poison resist. Something I did not mention this time around, but so far is I wonder what's the relationship or relation between the crawlers or these nightmare crawlers or what the name, whatever the name is, and Mother Cause, as they are very very similar in general appearance. There's a couple more back here. The main thing they are missing is the humanoid face. But even just general body structure is very very similar. Fortunately, they do disappear once they are slain. no, 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 no. Who gave you permission to leave? Yeah, this is home for winter lanterns. Jeez. There's also lumen flowers. No, 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 no. Could you maybe not? Oof. Still going after me. I don't need that. That little cave. There's the messenger's gift is in there. That's used all my blood vials. Drays. I'm not so sure if I want to.
Welcome home. What is it you desire? Very well.
If I want to head down
Let
the
echoes become your strength.
the
Let me stand.
area in front of Amygdala's boss room. Maybe I want to do one each.
Farewell, good hunter.
One each. Fortify. I have 2 chunks. Repair the Chikage. Quick gander if I found anything that's better than what I'm using. It's unlikely. I have the 10% version of the rune for HP now, so that's gonna be a nice little addition. About 50 HP more. You can stack these. I don't know if I'll go with deep sea. That more than doubles or resist. Yikes. Spend a lot of blood vials in that swamp. Yeah, and I'm going to head down the little area in front of Amygdala's bus room. Mainly because I don't remember what's in there. Frenzy resist still ticking down. If I what was I just trying to what was I going to say? If I really wanted to push down frenzy resist, I need to spend insight as the 43 insight we currently hold massively lowers the frenzy resist as well. We know too much. And just because we are here, and you can see it fairly nicely, that up there should be Murgo's loft. So again, it's all layers. The Nightmare of Mensis sits the highest of them all, as far as we can tell. Followed by the Nightmare Frontier, which is, well, thematically speaking, a replica of the area around Lauren, which must have been home to a large disaster at some point. Below this nightmare we have the fishing hamlet, and, well, as anybody who has been to the fishing hamlet knows, below that there is the hunter's nightmare, the nightmare version of Yharnam. So in the way how dreams work, somewhere there should also be the hunter's dream. Maybe lowest of them all, highest. It's ideas that are hard to tell. It could be out and removed, of course, but that would mess with the general ideas presented otherwise. And all these quote-unquote nightmares are just merely dreams. Of course, there's also the general approach that Yharnam, or the waking world as we know it, is also just one of these nightmares, one of these dreams. Well, that quickly poses the question, what does one constitute as reality? Being very, very unhelpful right now. There are enemies. Stop it. We're going to anger the Winter Lantern that lives here, so please. Plish Bernash. We're yet to find frenzy elixirs. They seem to be around places that have these lumen flowers, wilting as they may be, or as they may seem to be. Somewhere around here is the little outcropping. had one frenzy spike. Took half the resist I had. Jeez. Now, is there another? Or is it just the one? Should be crawlers in here, shouldn't there? More lumen flowers. Kin Cold Blood is the reward for this little diversion. And I think it's blood gems in this area? Or a blood gem? Or is it also just blood? Oh, great deep sea. Oh, that's all resist. I think. My vast game knowledge wouldn't let me down, would it? Gonna have a look once I'm out. Didn't really have time to have a look at the lumen flowers, sadly. All that antidote. Great deep sea. Which one is that? All types of resist plus 100. Yeah. Yeah. "12 blood vials in a dream." Could have done this a little bit cooler if they maybe had a small cutscene where you saw the amygdala climb from the tower instead of it just jumping in. This is more jump scare like start. Oh, makes itself visible. Oh, just barely out of range. Stop throwing up. Beautiful music. I'm not angry enough. That's what I need you to do. Not really hitting the head. Oh, backswing. Give me my... I'll take a piece of that. Well, that didn't do all that much damage, did it? Yeah, you're... Yeah, heal that head so I can break it again. Ooh, move too much. Stop it. Said stop it. Gonna shoot you. Yep. With the Lauren chalice in our possession, we shall move on. Now, come to think of it, we have this large tower. There's a lot of this that is probably very similar to the hunter's nightmare in general. These large root or strangely bark and flesh looking aspects to the surroundings are present in the hunter's nightmare as well, so it's probably more an amalgamation of what this place looked like in the past. A fairly, I want to call it barren land with large stone architecture and apparently a lot of graves, a lot of dead people of varying shapes and sizes. And the silver beast being a special beast variant that came to be in Lauren that is, well, more or less somewhere in between the abhorrent beast and the dark beasts and just your standard run-of-the-mill werewolf. It has the trademark exposed ribs that the moon presence itself also has. So there is there's a general level of attention the moon always held over Lauren, probably, especially after the plague of ashen blood and beast blood. Well, wreaked havoc across the lands. But this tower in particular feels like this might have been, or there might have been a place that served as an entrance to the city of Lauren, below the sands of the Fumeru. That might have been just this place, because all things considered, this does look a little bit like an elevator. So this could just have been one giant elevator tower, leading to and from the surface, and connecting the labyrinth with the surface in that area. as we don't actually know where the entrance to the Fumarian labyrinth lies under Yharnam. We don't actually... We only ever enter the labyrinth through chalices, which teleport us to the place where we need to be.
Welcome. What is it? Very well. Let me stand close.
It's only one level up right now.
Farewell, good hunt.
Find your worth in the waking world. Fortify, still 2. Repair the Chikage. No blood gems. Can exchange deep sea for something. Back to blood. More blood echoes, I think. The amygdala fight itself as, well... Amygdala did not put up that much opposition to me trying to to get the chalice. The nightmare amygdala is fairly easy, especially compared to the chalice amygdala, where you have to deal with half health and an incredibly large health pool, one of the largest in the game, I think. Especially if you attempt to hack at its feet, which takes, well, what, like 10% damage, if even. The best tip I can give for anybody fighting amygdalas is when they jump, just stand still. Unless you're right at the edge of the arena. Or there is something up above you, which, well, really there shouldn't be, that influences the way amygdala jumps. If you just stand still, she won't hit you, or it, or he, or whatever. The amygdala won't hit you if it lands. Otherwise, if you run around, you always I don't know, it's hard to tell where she lands. So, but I think if you just run straight, you're gonna usually get hit by the legs, as the legs land in front of you, I think. So yeah, just moment she takes off, try to stand as still as you can. There is a moment, a split second, where you can move around if you're not that fast on the uptake, or if you're too stressed out. I know the feeling, know it well. Yeah. Otherwise, phase 3 is the hardest part, but well, thankfully it's very short in this encounter, as the nightmare amygdala tends to take very long to rip out its arms. Very long indeed. I had like 10% HP left, or 15 right now, so just a couple more hits. Always try to go for the head, never the feet. The feet is a fool's errand. You'll make the fight much harder. You do want to be in front of the amygdala on what I'd say medium range, depending on how well you are capable of dodging the swipes and the arm attacks. Most of them you can just walk out of range, but when she starts shoving forward, either you are able to time the dodges, or you just need to take a step further away. I fought that very sloppily, I think, or I feel like so. Now, by now my level is fairly high, I would say. I don't really know what level you're supposed to be at for certain places. Felt kind of weak for Canehurst, level 45-ish to 50-ish. But level 60 for the Nightmare should be more than fine, I would say. But, well, I tend to level stuff, so I tend to over-level myself, but, well, I've never been all that interested in challenges like level 1 stuff. I might try a couple of those out due to streaming stuff, because, well, why not? Might as well give it a go. See if I'm actually good at the games, or if I'm relying on crutches too much, or how far my thrust potential will take me. But fights like the I'm gonna continue in a moment. Just bear with me for a second. Fights like the Shadows of Yharnam earlier and Amygdala right now are a good reason why I don't like the idea of doing no hit runs. I don't know if I would prefer speedruns to no hit runs if I had to do one myself. If I had to choose and do one, I'd probably try speedrun before I try a no hit run, because, well, I'm just too sloppy with dodges and fights, I think. But both aren't really up my alley, to be quite honest. But yeah, just all the amount of stuff that's going on in something like the Shadows of Yharnam fight, or just how quickly you can dip your little toe in the vomit Amygdala leaves behind, like I did earlier. That just puts me off of the no-hit runs in general. I think they are really impressive. There's been quite a lot of very impressive stuff going on with especially Elden Ring, or all the no-hit run community going for the god runs. There's been a couple of people who managed to no hit any percent clear all FromSoft games in a row. So, well, why it's not loads of people, but there have been a couple. And there's a German streamer, Dinos and Geier, glaube ich. I think is the name. He once said in one of his streams that I watched that he prefers no-hit runs to speed runs because it's less stressful, which is something I personally can't imagine in the slightest. The no-hit stuff feels so much more intense to me. Probably because I tend to play sloppy. I mean, of course, even if I probably can rightfully say that I played a lot of these games, anybody running them on for speedruns or for no hit runs has played so much more of the game, so much more insight into the nitty-gritty, what constitutes moves and movesets from weapons than I have, so yeah. Anyway, finished off Yahagul as it is right now by killing Paul and making our way to the Nightmare Frontier entrance. Did the rest of the woods to get to Bergenworth, and did most, not everything, but most of the Nightmare Frontier. There's only the poisonous little cave with the Winter Lantern and the Messenger's Gift left, and a couple of of Wandering Nightmares, so I could probably have a chunk or two more, maybe even 3 chunks more, and I could upgrade to Chicago, but I don't really need it right now. So the main thing that's left to do right now is to advance the game. Ugh. Try to wear this hat. Whoa! All the sounds. I don't want to know. No pamphlets, please. Don't want to enroll. The hidden fly is the deadliest. Especially that second one actually caught me off guard. The brain sucker up here. Do you despawn while you're away? There's no real good way to look at you. Arcane Lake. So there is Arcane Resist. Gonna get the fly bros. Yeah, clipped ya. That's one fly down. That's not the fly that's gonna be the problem. It's the flower. No pamphlet. It's gonna frenzy me. Bump. What a beautiful flower. It's creatures like these I would like to know more about. They're just... Oh, why aren't you coming closer? If you can hit the flower, actually it takes loads of... Could you maybe... Ugh. It's the Gaping Dragon all over again. Clearly is a carnivorous plant. Great One's wisdom. Blood for the blood pile. Or first Great One's wisdom. Fragments of the lost wisdom of the Great Ones. Beings that might be described as gods. At Bergenworth, Master Willem had an epiphany. We are thinking on the basest of planes. What we need are more eyes. This rocking chair just above us. Please, no pamphlets. Said no pamphlets. Finally. Finally, sedatives. So these two are set up. What did I want to do with these two slots? I don't know. Functional shortcut. Yeah, there's this trapdoor. I have to deal with the choir first. Yeesh. Come on, rapid poison. Kinda had hoped that this might do a little bit more. But I have to admit, I don't really know if it actually triggered. If the rapid poison actually went off, or if it just... I think the moveset helped a bit. The fact that it was changed ever so slightly, but... So yeah, considering this is supposedly the Academy of Bergenwerf, there isn't actually anything else to this place, is there? Or is there a building off to the side we don't really see? It would make sense to have more than just a small building for the academy, but well, there doesn't seem to be any place else. Oh, what's that summon? Don't know if I ever seen that. The younger Mararas twin. The Mararas twins, also a curious case. Oh, the moon. The moon looms close. The moon looms close. So, yeah, it makes thematic sense to me that the actual lecture building would be in the nightmare itself. They say it drifted into the nightmare, so maybe it was a physical place at some point. But so yeah, this is the only inaccessible place. And there are quite a few of these couch areas. They could just be used for leisure. Henrik again. Inspect. The spider hides all manner of rituals, certain to reveal nothing, for true enlightenment need not be shared. Is that the way of Buddha? Damien of Menses. When the red moon hangs low, the line between man and beast is blurred, and when the great ones descend, a womb will be blessed with child. So the motherless twins the lunarium key seem at least to be able to control the large snake parasites that reside in the... No pamphlets! Barely dodged that. Barely dodged that. And the empty phantasm shell. Let's head back down and have a look. Whoop. Henrik might not be quite as crazed as he seemed. Or at least seems to be following our footsteps. And Damien of Menses, of course, is here to slay the bug with Spire and free the rituals of his peers. Whereas the member of the choir we fought was rummaging around searching for, well, the last relic of Bergenworth. Likely, of course, this is also just conjecture, if you want, but likely searching for the cord of the eye, or the piece of the cord of the eye that Master Willem made use of to transform one of his last remaining students, Rom, a young woman, into the vacuous spider of Bergenworth. Lunarium Key. In his final years, Master Willem was fond of the lookout and the rocking chair that he kept there for meditation. In the end, it is said, he left his secret with the lake. Augurs of Sleep. Have a quick look at the cold-blood flower, or the pearl slug we found. Of all the strange life forms that reside in the nooks and crannies of the old labyrinth, the slugs are clearly signs of the left-behind great ones. They do look like the familiars depicted in the Madman's and Great One's knowledge, form-wise, so they might just be a physical manifestation of these creatures. Ebrietas was clearly very fond of these beings, probably because they were one of the few creatures left to accompany her. Oh, that was a waste. That was an awful, awful waste. And of course the empty phantasm shell. Empty invertebrate shell is said to be a familiar of a great one. The Healing Church has discovered a great variety of invertebrates, or phantasms as they are called. Shells of slime still harbor arcane power, and can be rubbed on weapons to imbue them with their strength. Both these slug-like invertebrate relics, one could call them, are both linked to Ebrietas in a way. And the call from beyond, which is the star explosion, the choir member, she has a name. You don't see it, or I don't think you see it. It's, at least if you can read it, it's very hard to do in the red, because it's red font on a dark background. But in general, the that relic is on the path to Ebrietas, mainly because it is linked to the choir, and well, it's in the secret area belonging to the choir. And it also looks like familiar. Oh, furry little visitor. Say hi. Yes. Ooh, that's loud. Yeah, and just like that, everything's been derailed. All manner of thoughts derailed. Master Willem sending us to the lake. Unable to talk. The fungus growing out of his neck. Brain lined with eyes. Supposedly, at some point in the past, the mini-boss. Now, he just laughs at us hitting him. But you get the eye rune, which of course is a reference to H.P. Lovecraft and the Elder Sign. Secret symbol left by Carol, runesmith of Bergenworth. A transcription of I, as spoken by Left Behind Great Ones, allows one to make additional discoveries. As spoken by Left Behind Great Ones, so immediately, directly referencing Ebrietas. Moon, as spoken by the Great Ones. Great Ones' inhuman voices. These are all fairly undefined, as spoken by Left Behind Great Ones. So this is the way Ebrietas says I. I symbolize the truth Master Willem sought in his research. Disillusioned by the limits of human intellect, Master Willem looked to beings from higher planes for guidance, and sought to line his brain with eyes in order to elevate his thoughts. Now I could go on a tangent about the Elder Sign at this point, but, well, still considering that someone from my Call of Cthulhu group might be watching these, well, once they are as WODs on the YouTube channel. At least one of the people in my Call of Cthulhu group is likely going to watch this. I can't really do that. Especially with the different Elder Sign symbols that do exist. There are a couple of quirks about them. A transcription of a roar of a labyrinth beast. The bearer of the beast rune has accentuated temporary transformation. So this is even... Beast is one of the early Carol runes. As well as one of the first that was deemed forbidden. Corruption. Several runes contain a nuance of blood, including the rune for corruption, associated with the oath to corrupt. Yet the corrupt are heretics in the eyes of the church. What is it? Pledges of this oath are Canehurst Wilebloods, hunts of blood who find dregs for their queen in cold blood, particularly in that of hunters. Corrupt are heretics in the eyes of the church, and thus subject to the wrath of the executioners. Impurity. Symbolize impurity. Discovered inside the forbidden beast eater. Seems a little bit like either a banquet table, a stitched up wound, or like a variation of Uden. There is some, well, the resemblance is fleeting, but I've been stalling long enough. Let's get, gonna get my head kicked in by Spuder. Boom. Oh, no eat it. Oh, don't eat it. Don't eat it. Yeah. Got assailed from the side, just as I took the plunge. The other side of the moon. The other side of the lake. And of course, the Bergenworth spider rom. Eyes. Black eyes. And even the body seems to be covered in them. Yeah, that large thing is an eye, clearly. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, that's when you can see the pupil. And this curious white grass. Are there eyes on this fur on her back as well? It's a little bit like she's turning into into the Great One from Demon Souls. Maybe the general form is inspired by that creature and these long, strange tail things. Of course, she is not a spider. That's 8 legs on one side. Surely it's 8 on the other. It's the double spider. 16 legs. No mandibles. I said this before, she reminds me much more of a caterpillar. Which is, I think, the most, or one of the more common interpretations right now. And going by the fact that Ebrietas is, well, the name of a butterfly species. Ebrietas and rom are probably linked in an evolutionary manner more so than a direct manner. There is always always a lot of people pointing to the altar of hatred in Ebrietas' room, or this altar of despair, not hatred. Jeez. But so with the question mark, why is Ebrietas praying at an altar for dead rom? To me, it's much more easily explained that the altar of despair we find is the last remainder of her own shell, the own cocoon she came out of. And Rom is currently in this phase where she is in a cocoon. And well, going by that extension, there is a good chance that the hunter, if you go with the childhood's beginning ending of the game, will likely also be a cocoon at some point. Much like Rom is right now. So, once again, took my time for long enough. I'm sorry. Ooh. like those HP backs. Oh yeah. Thankfully. Yeah, her head bleeds clear, whereas the rest of her body bleeds red. Kin Coldblood 12. The fact that I was able to stagger her in a second phase made this a lot easier. It's a bit sad I didn't manage to stagger her in a first phase, but 3 blood vials. But that may also be one of the pointers towards her being in a transitionary phase of her life cycle. The fact that she bleeds differently in different parts of her body, clear on the head, and red on the squishy, squelchy body. You can actually damage well. The head doesn't. Well, it didn't take much damage, did it? And of course, we're about to have, well, we're about to faint. As we have now unleashed the Blood Moon. Killing Rum clearly, well, Rum is meant as a blocker, an inhibitor for certain rituals, and the way it's set up, the game is very clear about this. Surprisingly clear about this, if you want to go that far. And and she's clearly inhibiting the rituals meant to be performed in Yahagul, although of course there is the Bellringer cult is a question mark in a certain, to a certain degree, I would say. Feels like it usurped a lot of the power in Yahagul after most of the school of Menses was taken into the nightmare due to their meeting with Murgo, which likely was a grand occasion at the time when they first managed to actually contact one of the Great Ones without much of an offering. But, well, contacting little Murgo is more or less, well, is what led to as they said, the stillbirth of their brains and created Menses. To me, it always felt like, and I'm gonna go on that tangent before I walk closer to Yarnum and continue the game, because the story is fascinating, I think. I don't think Menses as a creature necessarily existed before the church. Again, I always want to call it church, but it's the school of Menses. Before the school of Menses created it, so to speak. Because the brain of Menses is described as a legitimate Great One that came from the meeting of Menses and Murgo. Menses, most likely a reference to cycles. A lot of the game is about menstruation and menstruation cycles, if you will. A lot of the blood is menstrual blood. Basically, all blood that is what bloodstains offer to you as special blood. As children in childbirth carries a very special meaning in Bloodborne throughout, thanks to the hyper-evolved Great Ones and their desire to still have foster children, or still have children in general. So to me, it's always been, well, fairly obvious is maybe a bit of a stretch, but to me, always the likely explanation for what happened with Murgo and the School of Menses is that the School of Menses managed to find a means to contact a Great One without the appropriate rituals, or the so far known appropriate rituals, because Murgo, as the former child of Queen Yarnum and likely one of the foster children of a Great One, didn't really, maybe on a way to transforming into a lesser Great One or a Great One in general, wasn't really on the same power level as the it's a poor way to phrase it, but on the same level of existence as the actual Great Ones. The stillbirth of the brains happened, and the most of the School of Menses turned into what's now the brain of Menses. So you would have, and maybe even Murgo's personality is in there as well, or a good chunk of him, as it is a incorporeal baby, which might be a rating thing as well, as we know from Dark Souls 3, Osiris, also his invisible dragon baby. It's just a baby without a texture due to rating concerns. Might be something similar here, but of course could also be just to make it creepier. Yeah, tangent. So the Church of Menses that had basically ruled Yahar'gul up until that day was more or less snuffed out all at once in an instant due to one single ritual. And the people of Yahar'gul, who likely were abducting people even before the bell ringers moved in, were quite open for outside influences. And the bell ringers, with their, it's not quite clear where they're coming from, aside from there is presence of the same bell ringer cult in the old labyrinth. So it's probably a fairly old, I would go so far to call it a coven. Coven of witches maybe, or just plain old, or just a plain old cult. So they found the opportunity to move into Yahar'gul and just commandeer the village. But thanks to Rom, or the very existence of Rom, which if she is basically if her mind actually is void, it might really just that fact alone might actually serve as an anchor point for sealing away knowledge and all manner of rituals as they are posed. But now that we have slain Rom, whilst the night may now advance again, we have more or less unleashed all the additional atrocities that were probably about to happen but never did, for however long this night took. If it's months or years, feels like years to me now, because especially with the as I said before, with the Shadows of Yharnam, the fact how thoroughly they've been infiltrated by the snake parasite, that how it bursts out and I don't think necessarily controls the shadows of Yharnam just yet. They might just be on protective guard duty because we are arriving and we've been causing a bit of a stir so far, I would say, in the general area of Yharnam. And well, we do carry the scent of the moon, which they are likely recognizing as a threat to their queen. But well, the fact that they are infested with snake parasites that can burst out and are fairly large is probably a sign that this has been going on for a couple of years. This night. This endless night. But now we are one step closer to finishing it. The moon presence has been unleashed just as much as the bell ringers have, as the nightmare of Menses has. And luckily for Yharnam, we'll have to go through the Bellringer cult to get to Lil Morgo. The Blood Moon. Bump. Basically, is the moon presence scooping us up and putting us where it wants us to be. Maybe at this point it's tired of the ritual secret broken. Seek the nightmare newborn. Hey. You couldn't kill me. I'm a daughter. Didn't manage to. Can now enter the upper reaches of your hog. Shut up! The Godhead. So many amygdalas out and about in this area. There's one. For sure there's one clinging to either that building or one further down as well. Oh, you. People of Yohogul kept the creepy statues from below. Let them up here. And now the moon is watching. A pale blood sky. Clouds riddled with what seems to be eyes. The moon, a bright wed, turned into Alma Fudd for a moment, bright red. A pale blood sky. Miyazaki's own words meant to resemble a bled out corpse. Now the music has changed. No. Only silent prayer.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Good hunter, your presence somehow soothes. I sense the ancient echoes. They course your veins. Very well, let me stand close.
Ancient echoes.
Good hunter, I sense the ancient... Farewell, good maid.
Music itself is meant to soothe. One could infer that the moon presence is now no longer confined to this place. But that is probably going a bit far, I do think. I doth believe. Especially as Yarnum now has grown ever so much more nightmarish. In contrast. Yeah. But first things first. Entrance to the choir's homestead. Yeah, this is Iron Yahoo. I was like, what's that? And then I got shot in the chest. Now these respawn slowly. Oh, that was almost broke me ankles. Almost broke me everything, likely. There are certain aspects all the great ones have in common, or well, not have in common, but the common denominator, I would say, between all great ones is the idea that they are as difficult to understand for a human mind as possible. I always expect this one to start shooting his laser. But that's another one, another counter on the... My expectations don't mean anything. Bored. I really should just do the exact opposite of what I think is going to happen. Could you stop that? Why is that? They are timing their shots. And how about you? Could you stop that? please, as well. Unlucky ones died before they could be taken. The Mensa's ritual must be stopped, lest we all become beasts. Whoa. Just a nice conversation. I'll be air. Is it? Is it now? Ouch. Let's reopen that discussion. Oh, yeah. Chicago does very well in this floaty kind of gameplay. Dodging around, going for a single hit. Open this up. Oh, something like that if I hadn't messed up in the end. So somewhere around here is the... Wanna have a look if there's an item up top. They're gonna respawn until then, but until I'm back, but where is it here? Where's the point to drop? This is it. Ooh. See ya. Yeah, this is it. Could you please stop? I'm trying to be nice about it. Please stop. You have fairly large oh, you close the gap by quite a large margin if you dodge with the Chicago and immediately attack. The Upper Cathedral Key. Member of the choir. Received the same treatment. All people do in this place. Oop. tiny to nitrous. So there's continuous bolt damage if you want it, continuous arcane damage if you want it. Hey! Yeah, I was talking about you just before I... Oh yeah, they don't respawn now because the bell ringer is dead. That's good. Wanted to head back up to have a look if there's an item on the side that I missed. Can jump down here. Yes, there is. Bolt paper. I do always end up having weapons that cannot be buffed by items, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, I guess that's on me. Huggers. Chunk. A chunk. Chunky. I was just about to say the amygdala should start. Why are you so hateful towards me? Huh? It has its eyes open. It's the main difference. I probably can equip the monocular. Huh? It's blinking. Its tiny little pupils. Fairly rare to see an amygdala with its eyes open. For a moment, eh? And there we are, the lantern. Quickly hop back into the nightmare and head for the Upper Cathedral Ward. My hands down favorite place in the game.
Welcome. What is?
Can I afford a level up?
Very well. Let me.
What? My own little beastie's back.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Four, 5. Ooh. It's close. Another quick check. If you're not frequenting the chalices, you don't get much in the way of blood gems. aside from the random drops. Gonna be a couple of nice ones in the Nightmare of Menses. 18% physical damage will go a long way. It's close to the highest you can get in the game. Or is that one even that high? That's on the bridge with the winter lanterns. Is that even that high? Well, how many do I have? 38, 150. Don't use nearly as many Quicksilver bullets in this playthrough, because I don't have to. How is Iosefka doing? Is she already... Well, the blood moon is out. She should be already on the operating table. Does not open from the side. Not even it does not open from the side. Don't actually know how the patients are doing this time of the day. Just don't fall into the pit and don't get brain sucked too hard. Hi. Oh, immediately backhanding me. Eesh. Oh, he tried really hard to brain suck me. Hello, how are you doing? When it's starting to examine its own hands. Iosefka still tending to the door. You still being cute? Cutesy? Yeah. Oh. Doesn't really know what to do with the extra fingers. Oh, why are you aggressive? No, I didn't mean it. Didn't like the torch. I didn't mean it.
God, I'm nauseous. Have you found this? It's progressing. I can see things. I knew it. I'm different. I'm no beast. Oh, God, it feels awful. But it proof that I'm chosen. Don't you see how they writhe inside my head? It's rather rapturous.
Well, I can see you twitching.
God, I'm nauseous. Have you felt this? It's progressing. I knew it. I'm different. Oh, God, it feels awful. Don't you see how they writhe? It's rather rapturous.
Now, if we kill her here, we get a second cord of the eye from slaying her. And she is currently undergoing the transformation. Well, she is currently growing brains on her brain, lining her brain with eyes, her mind with eyes, for more insight, quite literally. And well, you get one of the cords from the abandoned workshop, which is likely a relic found in the it is difficult. You can somewhat retrace where the cords come from to a degree. You get one cord from the abandoned workshop, where the hunters made contact with the moon presence and the hunter's dream was created. You get one cord from Iosefka, which is one she likely took from the church, probably without the choir knowing, as she feels very rogue agent at the moment. You get one cord from Ariana, which, well, rather her newborn baby. And you get one cord from Murgo, which is the only one you get most definitely. So, there's also a potential fifth cord that was used by Master Willem to ascend Rom. As the cord of the eye usually is what beckons the creatures, as it reminds them of children, their children, just general Great Run children, I believe, as a lot of the children that are viewed as special seem to be somehow connected to Udin, as Udin is the one going around impregnating people, and his children are the ones that end up in the clutches of other great ones, or potentially, at least. If the woman associated with Udin is special in a certain way as well, which is hard to pin down, which also always for me is the connection to pale blood, which could be a trait that the player character, Queen Yornum, Ariana, and a couple other characters share in a way. But of course, pale blood, there are many interpretations for pale blood, and well, going by the interview of Miyazaki-san, where he more or less puts out that you should form your own opinion what you believe pale blood to be, or general what the story is meant to represent in many aspects. Make up your own damn mind. Now, and there is some truth to basically any interpretation, and there's enough enough to go by, so you can facilitate a couple and, well, basically choose the one you like best. And that's the general way how most of these games are meant to be enjoyed. And that's the magic behind them, I would argue, as well. So, but to the chords. Iosefka took one of the chords from the choir, and Willem took, Bergenworth still was in possession of one of the chords, which is also very likely the reason why we meet a scholar in the more or less abandoned study halls of Bergenworth, because the choir is likely searching for Chord of the Eye to establish contact, to probably find a different way of ending the night. Considering there's also a choir or church intel person in the Nightmare of Menses, I would say this is very likely the case, that they are desperately trying to find a different way to end the night, and are resorting to this as well. And, well, Iosefka is probably, again, to me, she feels like a rogue agent at this point. She's likely trying her own hand, or her hand at her own experiments, and just trying to figure out how far she can go. Seeing all the bubbleheads, she's either has been involved with the Upper Cathedral Ward orphanage in some degree, which, well, all of the choir is, of course, to some degree involved, but more to the creation of the bubbleheads and the celestial messengers. Or she is trying out her own method of creating them, which, well, seems to be resounding success so far. At least from going by the people we've sent there. And maybe that is enough of a reason for her to try the Chord of the Eye on herself now. Strengthened, her resolve strengthened by her recent successes. There is one chord unaccounted for from the fishing hamlet, from the Orphan of Cos, which at that time Bergenworth brought back home, or brought back to Bergenworth, because this was before the split of Lawrence and Willem. There is likely a chord that has been found in the ruin, or in the labyrinth, that is associated with Ebrietas. Which leaves the question, where did the last one come from? There's a good chance that one of the Chord of the Eyes is a relic they found just in the Pthumerian labyrinth that is unassociated with any of the events that are unfolding. It is maybe somewhat likely that the Chord of the Eye Iosefka is using might be from Ebrietas and her ascension, and the Chord of the Eye that was in Bergenworth until Willem used it to make rum is the one that was associated with the fishing hamlet incident and the Orphan of Cos. Because the Chord of Murgo we get from Murgo himself, and the Chord of Ariana is a newborn baby of Udin, which would leave the one in the abandoned workshop where it all started to be the chord, a chord they just found in the Pthumerian labyrinth that was probably viewed as an ancient relic and just kept. The way the story is fairly clear on how the holy medium is the blood of great ones, more precisely in this case the blood of Ebrietas, which is used in blood ministration to create all manner of remedies and healing tinctures and salves and medicines, and just in general the blood cocktails we are ingesting left, right and center all the time, as that immediately restores our body and the damage that was dealt to it, to some larger and or lesser degree. Now, with that in mind, there's also a couple of other relics and just in general findings. Both the scholars of Bergenworth and the knights of the cathedral or the healing church made both, or well, in a it's not very, that's the point where the game is being also very very vague and unclear, because whilst it feels very obvious that that there is the holy medium in the form of Ebriatus and the blood that was presented to the healing church for maybe a family just not being alone in Ists anymore, which might, well, it is a motivation for Ebriatus to stick around and not be alone after how many centuries or millennia, well, millennia maybe not, but centuries it may have been. As family in general is well, as mentioned before, a big topic in Bloodborne. So the game itself is not all that clear on what the church or Bergenworth respectively found in the catacombs below Yharnam and the adjacent regions. Of course, there are things like the pearl slugs and all the flora and fauna they brought back to the surface, but there are certain aspects, some major discoveries that are left fairly unexplored. They're just mentioned in passing on errant items, which, and the intent of that surely is to make you question what the holy medium is actually supposed to be, because we know there's been several expeditions into the labyrinth, and it's unlikely that they brought back Ebriatus at the very first one. As it's difficult to, or I would say it's difficult to measure how large the rift between Lawrence and Willem would have been if they brought Ebriatus to the surface out of Ists before the split of Bergenworth and the healing church. Now, in general, that is a topic. There is no defined timeline, so how stuff happens, what causes what happened when, that is all left for the player's own interpretation, for you to make up your own mind, create your own history, and that is very much by design created in a way, in this particular way. And that will majorly influence how you view all the characters and all the story beats. Just how you feel about Lawrence and Willem, for instance, as those are more or less the driving factors behind a lot of what's happening. So you get a couple of hints from the items themselves, where they come from, but again, this one is just the general. This is just the general cord of the eye. Every great one loses child and then yearns for surrogate. The third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. Yeah, this was used to create the hunter's dream, is basically what we take from this. Used to gain insight, and so they say, eyes on the inside, although no one remembers what that truly entails. Well, it entails eyes on the brain. The cord itself lined with eyes, in a way not too dissimilar to Rom's body's appearance. Fairly dark flesh, black beady eyes. I think it's time to... shut down Iosefka's asylum for the helpless. A great relic, also known as the Cord of the Eye. Every infant Great One has this precursor to the umbilical cord. Provost Willem sought the cord in order to elevate his being and thoughts of those of a Great One, by lining his brain with eyes. The only choice he knew if man were to ever match their greatness. Now, curiously, this points more towards Provost Willem, so that this cord more likely has its origin in Bergenworth than the Healing Church. So you are the beggar. Get the beast rune, or a beast rune. Transform plus 50. You should be the man. Pungent blood cocktails. Sedatives? Now, sedatives might point to the old lady instead. Depends on what these two have to offer. Udenrive. Oh no, that's... Where is it? Udenrive. Quicksilver bullets. Rive sees a subtle mucus in the warmth of blood and acknowledges visceral attacks as one of the darker hunter techniques. Human or no, the oozing blood is a medium of the highest grade and the essence of the formless Great One, Uden. Both Uden and his inadvertent worshippers surreptitiously seek the precious blood. This could be Ariana. I mean, it's not as clear as I... Oh, no, Ariana's shoes. So this was Ariana. This was Adela as a blood saint. The sedatives were from the old woman, as she's the one fetching all the sedatives time and time again. Aww. And of course Iosefka. As well, that was a long stay in, in Iosefka's asylum of the helpless and infirm. Cathedral Ward. The Grand Cathedral should now house the Bloody Crow of Canehurst, who fights over Chikage. And is in general one of the worst enemies. Hey.
Alright, I peeked to the earth. I doubt there's any gods.
Now, I don't usually do this.
I just wanted to help people.
But seeing I'm going around collecting formless Uden. Second highest. The Great one Uden, lacking form, exists only in voice, and symbolized by this rune. Those who memorize it enjoy a larger supply of quicksilver bullets. Human or no, the oozing blood is a medium of the highest grade, and the essence of the formless Great One Uden. Both Uden and his inadvertent worshippers surreptitiously seek the precious blood. Which both works for him as well as for any member of the church, going by this description, as he was seeking people, and the church is also seeking for an end to the night. Howdy do. Bump. Stop it. Oh. Wow. Please. Oh, he neither dropped anything nor fell down. Where is the note? Was it back here? There is a note on one of these. One of the edges. No? I would have liked to... Let's waste a bit of time. Oof. It's always harrowing. Feels like I imagined the note. Well, one more place it can be. So yeah, I made that up. Or it's further down, but I don't want to go further down. Huh. Didn't just run past it, did I? This goes all the way around. Gersh. The blood moon watching. Smoke churning. The large bridge towards the Upper Cathedral Ward. So close. So close. The door to the Upper Cathedral. The upper echelons of the Healing Church are formed by the School of Menses, based in the Unseen Village, and the choir, occupying the Upper Cathedral Ward. This key brings one step closer to the choir. Very resilient to most non-poke based damage. Or physical damage. I love this area. It's my favorite area in the game, mostly because it switches completely into the horror. Aspect of the game. Blue elixir. Oof. That's not your usual. Oh, that's also not. Can I get rid of you, please? They are mostly pointed towards ebriators. And I would say it's up for debate if they are the successful attempts of turning children in the orphanage or the unsuccessful attempts. Great Lake was Great Deep Sea, Great Lake. All damage plus 4%. Resist plus 4%. Don't need to fight them. Celestial larvae. Like little tiny wings around the hips, or what was once the hips. Spazzing out a little. Getting bitten by him causes frenzy. It's not the best weapon against crows. Fella. Need to head inside, please. Skull bursts open. Slug comes out. It's the one way how we cannot have a look at your brain, is it? The choir set. But thanks for taking the insight, I guess. It's the one jump scare of the game. Blue-eyed werewolf. Werewolf. Very dark. Splish, splash. Plop, plop. Very wet. They have very, very wet feet, don't they? Guys. All time for werewolf jamboree. Good God, that's... Dog no follow. That's one. Not exactly great, but came out on top. Yeah, he was. I was expecting you and still got jump scared. Scratch, 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 scratch. No, no, it's just as mice. Just as werewolves hanging on the ceiling. Wow. How did he miss me? How did he miss that? How did he miss that? Just about to say really nothing, but the one time I looked I looked to the left. The Cosmic Eye Watcher badge. Badge of a member of the choir, elites of the Healing Church. The eye signifies the very cosmos. The choir stumbled upon an epiphany, very suddenly and quite by accident. Here we stand, feet planted in the earth. But might the cosmos be very near us, only just above our heads? It's such a plain and insignificant thing as a realization. Locked. But that holds so much, oh so much meaning. The empty coffins. The orphanage is in many regards a horrible place. Would you like to wanna grow up next to these statues of pilgrims? You have these coffins, empty as they are, housing... Well, I think the general idea is that that scholars used blue elixir to, or scholars, members of the choir used blue elixir to reach other planes of existence. Medicine used in strange experiments conducted by high ministers of the Healing Church, a type of anesthetic that numbs the brain. So basically, that they used the blue elixirs to create. Oh, well, not necessarily create. They used them in experiments, considering that blue elixir is a side something that you get from Iosefka as well, I believe. Or I can drop from the bobbleheads. It might be a side produce when creating them, or maybe it's even what's used to make them. That's the other possibility. But yeah, if you drink too much of it, or well, if you drink it, your body becomes see-through. You kinda slowly leave our plane of existence, is maybe one way to think of it. If all realities are just dreams, or well, just layers upon layers of existences, just like the dreams of the game are, then maybe it's a way to pass from one layer to the next. So in these coffins basically house people who are drinking or have drunk too much blue elixir, and now there's nothing left. Child-sized coffins as well. Also empty, yet chained shut, or bound shut. They are bound, yet empty. course, you're in. You made me miss at least a chunk. Goddamn. Also this bluish glow to the lighting in this area. Blue elixir. Ah! This grab was too fast. Poke him dead. Shaman bone blade. The blindfold cap. Completing my favorite attire, the choir set, which I have used in my other playthrough, so I'm not gonna do that again, at least not yet. I mean, the first playthrough is plagued by technical difficulties, which luckily have not happened again since that point in time. Oh, I don't think I wanna. Oof! How did you miss that? Where are you? Going for the ambush strat. And of course, the most important gesture, make contact. I did pick up the orphanage key, yes. Key to the orphanage, birthplace of the choir. The orphanage, shadowed by the Grand Cathedral, was a place of scholarship and experimentation, where young orphans became potent unseen thinkers for the healing church. The choir that would later split from the healing church was a creation of the orphanage. So yeah, it is more or less just as I put it. They let the children drink the elixirs, the blue elixirs, become see-through. As they consume more and more of the elixir, they lose more and more of themselves until they become basically ethereal. And are put in the coffins so they are not, well, that they don't lose themselves, most likely, I would say. And then you have these empty coffins left behind. It's curious that there's different qualities to the coffins. So maybe it's an achievement thing for them. Might just serve as a general way to motivate them to. A very simple, very basic, but effective way to motivate the children to keep thinking, keep working for the healing church. I'm going to reset here the once again, I have a horrible track record with the Celestial Emissary. I tend to have strange problems with a lot of the easier, or generally considered easier bosses in the franchises, or in the general.
What is it?
Soulsborne.
Very well.
Oh.
Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand. Farewell, good hunt.
Farewell, good doll. Now I should repair the Chicago first. Just to be on the safe side. One chunk. It's probably the one that got away. Still, there shouldn't be anything. Yeah, nothing gem-wise. Probably should check the cane at some point as well, but not today. This is just in Yharnam. The Upper Cathedral Ward, yes it is. Yes it is. So yeah. Well, and a couple of the children became the bobbleheads early on. All of this feeds back into the church hall we find in the nightmare. It's basically the same thing. Now these are some statues we do not see in the game at all, I feel, so these are quite curious. These are quite curious in general. Going for the jump scare. Oof. Also not dealing a lot of damage to the bobbleheads. Concerning. The one that does not come running towards us is the actual enemy. One first behind. That one. How well does the cane deal with? Please, children, please. Don't really want to have the flowers on my back. Now he starts attacking as well. Where are you going? I have no idea what he was trying to do. Why he was leaving. Once again, we find ourselves in the Grand Cathedral. I don't know if I want to go for operators just yet.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well, let me stand close. Farewell, good.
Considering that both Ebrietas and Marta Logarius are usually considered the hardest bosses in the base game, outside of Chalices, and I killed Logarius fairly easily this time around. I'm curious to see how I'll stack up against Ebrietas, but I'm not gonna go for her today. I do think I'm going to leave it at this point in time. Did a good couple of things, I would say. Made a good amount of general progress, so to speak. Dealt with Paul and finished off Yahagul pre-Blood Moon. Cleaned out the forest of snakes and such, and those afflicted by them, as well as the Shadows of Yharnam. Did the Nightmare Frontier, most of it. Again, there's the one poison cave for the Winter Lanterns and the Messenger's Gift that I'm not gonna bother with. I already have that achievement, so I don't really need to get that. And dealt with Amygdala. Ventured into Bergenwerth, killed Rom. Got the traveled through half of Yahagul and got the key to the Upper Cathedral Ward. Closed down Iosefka's. Iosefka's how did I call? I already forgot. Iosefka's hospital for the helpless and infirm, and made my way through the larger part of the Upper Cathedral Ward, killing the Celestial Messenger just now. Rambled a bit about story and lore things in between for a bit. I mean, if you made it this far, you probably either skipped over it or you heard me ramble. So yeah, that's just... I'd call it a successful day. Successful 4 hours, most of which was dealt with or done, filled with dealing with bosses and mobs. We are well on our way to completing the game. Surely, one more session should be enough to fill out basically the rest of the base game up until Murgo, and maybe one more for the DLC. I'm currently aiming to get my to kill Gurman, but again, no octopus. And then, well, I'll switch to something else. Currently, like doing Anno and something else, and always change it up. One day to the next. One day of Anno and one day of something else. I really want to continue building up my islands. So, but I don't want to necessarily neglect other stuff. I'm looking at Demon Souls maybe after this run. I do want maybe a Flamberge run. And as I was talking about my tangent concerning challenge runs, challenge runs, etc., I do kinda want to give Elden Ring Region Locked a try. can only be horrible. Besides, I kind of need a character for Elden Ring because, well, DLC is, well, not quite around the corner, but it's been what, 2 months since the announcement? No, it's not. No, it's not. It's been a month since 1.5 months since the announcement. So I guess that should be enough. Oh, my brain went on a entirely different pathway there than I did. It just didn't tell me. Just didn't tell me I was going down a different path. No, but well, it's probably maybe in autumn, end of summer-ish. We can maybe expect something in regards to Elden Ring DLC, which I'm looking forward to, at the very least. It's gonna be hard to stream that. Probably not gonna have many people interested in that. Or well, there's gonna be loads of people interested in that, just not in my takes towards it. Unless I can further my name a bit until then, but that's probably not gonna happen, and that's neither here nor there. Yeah, so as I don't think there's gonna be that much overlap between the Anno crowd and the Bloodborne / Elden Ring / or Soulsborne crowd, I think. I do also need to finish off Sekiro at some point. Probably all the training I had, all the nice fights against Al will probably all be gone and out the window by now. But yeah, I'm not quite sure how I'll manage to do stuff tomorrow. For anybody watching the VOD on YouTube, that would be today. In regards to what I can do, I might be able to. I don't know when I'm around. Might be a bit later, might be a bit earlier. That I can do a bit of Anno. But if not, well, it's gonna be on Wednesday. Next stream. So with that, I hope everybody has had a great Easter couple of Easter holidays, great Easter time. And I'm going to turn off stream now. Yeah. That's all for today. See ya.